All right. We're here. Let me get Obsidian open here. You know, at some point I gotta some point I have got to listed. I gotta get the place I can't name. I gotta get it all set up. Okay. Oh. Oh, what's up? I wonder how this is going over in the community. Interesting. Oh, there's a plugin. There's a pretty popular plugin in Obsidian that allows you to turn the documents and tags and everything that you have into a queryable database in a SQL-like syntax. And now Obsidian has a core plugin that they've created that does the same thing. So they kind of pulled an Apple. And I'm curious what how it's going over. Interesting. Nonetheless, interesting. Anytime a system like this does something like this, it's another thing they have to support. So I don't know. I don't know that it's the right direction for them. That I do not know. Okay. So we're at a point now in the game, in the development of this. We have like moving cars. Maybe I spent a day and a half too long on that. But I got something going. It's funny. The problem with it is the same thing with any traffic in the real world. So because it's too good of a simulation in a way, like I think ultimately what I might do is if there is congestion somewhere and the player isn't facing it, I set some sort of timer, and if the player isn't facing it, I just sort of like take one of the vehicles and go, okay, bye bye, start over, and free it up. And then when you turn around and look that way, suddenly the traffic's flowing again, as a way of sort of like cheating to continue to have realistic sort of movements and stuff. But there's a lot I can do to that, but it's not what I want to be spending my time on. So I think the easier fix is to just reduce the quantity of vehicles on the road. I've got a bunch of, you know what? There's a little bit of housekeeping that I need to do. Yeah, we have a bunch of like settings that we want to be able to tweak and stuff like that. And this is something I'm starting to favor more and more, is to have like a global, here's where all the settings for the game are thing. Instead of kind of putting them inside of, like, for instance, and beyond that, if I'm grabbing something, like we've got this road type thing and I'm grabbing this not in this class, then it's like, okay, I'm going to put it somewhere more global because it doesn't belong to either this one or the other one in a way, right? So yeah, maybe I'll do a little bit of housekeeping to start with today, and then I think what we're ready to do is to start revisiting what is a mission, what is going to happen in it, what do I need to make so that exists. I suppose the first thing today is comms. After we do some cleanup, the first thing would be comms. So having a class, a node in our editor here that allows us to have like radio chatter, basically. And there's like a dozen nodes that we're gonna have to make. I think total will probably only end up, I think we'll definitely be under 50, probably no more than 30. It could be less than that even though. So there's that. Colt, I got to get back on the horse. I was talking to my wife about this yesterday. I got to get back on the horse for the off stream project. Because like the more I think about it, I'm like, I need to do something that makes money. Coming back to that. So I really need to dedicate some full time on it. Conzo. I almost didn't understand the question. What are you talking about? So yeah, I think today we'll work on, I'll clean up these globs, and we'll go from there. I hope everyone's doing good. We had record concurrent viewers on Friday with me struggling to get VM going. Oh, you guys seem to really enjoy watching me lurch in pain. Schadenfreude brings all the boys to the yard. You know what? We'll get the player character in the scene too. We'll get us flying around in the world. I've officially become my parents, by the way. Every movie I ever put on, I used to fully engage in and watch. And then, you know, we put on the Minecraft movie for the kids yesterday, and I totally just checked out. Like, I don't need to watch this. This game looks like it's going to be tons of fun. I want to see the thing fly already. It's going to be like the first time dragons show up in Game of Thrones. Yeah, I managed to avoid Game of Thrones. Never watched it. These are all the node. Okay, so that's the add-on that we built. All right, so that was it. we just got all of our globs where they need to be. Let's double check the city is running proper. I suppose we need to get our save and load system going too. That's why people watch 60 pounds live. 600 pounds live. Yeah, also another thing. Oh yeah. Game of Thrones, for sure. Isn't that what, didn't they fumble the ending hard apparently? Imagine how you can ruin the possible future monies that you could receive from syndication or whatever by flopping the landing so badly. The 600-pound life was about people watching you struggle. Oh, was it? Oh, I got you. The second those directors didn't have the book material, they tripped hard. Yeah. Well, and I wonder now, is it, I mean, what's his name? The author, he's like, oh, they didn't like my ending. So now he's never going to finish the book. Thank you, sweetie. Like, he got to kind of test run the ending, and he's like, oh shit, they didn't like it. Right. Kind of what happened with Full Metal Alchemist. So I'm kind of like, I'm watching anime, but it's all 90s. Because the new stuff scares me. And I'm finding a bunch of like old 90s anime shows that never got dubbed and stuff. I'm like, oh, what's this? But yeah, I was what's the little kid name one? I showed Colt, the little Chin-chan guy or whatever. And that crazy localization, I couldn't believe it. Chin-chan, yeah. Shin-chan. Yeah, that's it. Chin-chan. Yeah. Well, those games, I want to play the games. Apparently they're a great way to learn Japanese too, although there's a lot of slang in it. All right. Let's integrate. So we're gonna have the game start with city. So that's step one. Run main scene. This whole time I've been developing this, I never had to pick a main scene because I never ran it. That's fascinating. So for now, shit, guys, I should probably build the loading. But let's just get the. I really want to get the. I really want to get the ship flying around, so we'll cheat. If we run now, we should start with the city. All right. We got the city. Player controller. There's main. Scenes, intersection. What the hell is main? Oh yeah, okay, so this was our controller. This was my prototype, like, okay, it works. Moving on. I didn't do the shout out. Who Fagorli did the shout out in the morning, or first thing, and I didn't do it. Let's do Jotson. See, I got to be careful. I don't want to shout out Jotson if he's streaming, because I feel like that's a poser, like, notice me senpai kind of thing. And also, it's like, hey, raid me, bro. And I don't want to do that. Okay, Johnson's not streaming, so we're going to do a shout out to Johnson. Excellent. Johnson's always got 3 balls in the air, sometimes 4. Loves playing with his balls. Johnson's game is going to announce soon. What does that mean? What game? So this is extremely basic player controller, where we're like going around and flying and everything like that. This is what we're going to get into the into our game. Our movement is going to be way too fast initially for the scale that we have in the actual city. Mailroom. Yeah, I've seen him working on that one. Announced soon? What does that mean? Like Steam? Like a Steam page? Steam page and trailer. Got it. Yeah. It's fucking brutal out there, guys. Okay. So this is technically our character controller. So what scene is this? No, it's just called Node 3D. Oh, Jesus. This is how basic it was. There's a character body. All right. And there's a camera on it. Okay. So we're just going to steal the character body and throw it in here. And now we're going to grab something from Kenny's assets. Grab Kenny's assets myself. I'll grab Kenny's assets anytime. So I do think I have a plan. We're going to be creating a lot of vehicles and stuff like that. Or at least I hope I am. And so I'm probably going to make an asset pack and just sell it for this game. Especially if it's a dud. If the game comes out and it's a total flop, then I'm just going to be like, alright, here's the stuff for it. We're downloading Space Kit because we're just going to grab these little spaceships that he made, these cute little spaceships. For now, we'll just replace our current model with that, just so we have something pretty to look at. Or something better than grab them by the assets. Oh, man. So I see they're trying to... I don't want to talk politics, but could we please get away from the wrestler persona for our politicians? Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be dope? Space Cop. Can I save it? All right, we're saved. Are the streams that go into politics are not well received? Yeah, that's probably true. Well, yeah, I think it's an easy way to split your viewer count in half, roughly. And if you're libertarian or you have libertarian leanings, then it's a great way to split your stream into two halves and not have anything left. Because there can't be any nuance in anything anymore. So something like Doctor Who and Star Trek talk about politics there. Ah, that's a clever move. Definitely a small L libertarian, not a large L. You know what that means. I'm just like, let's live and let live, man. Oh, I guess you should see what I'm doing. I don't want to get accused of using an LLM. Heaven forbid I do something off screen. All right. Still got that tickle. Where's the texture that they use? So the player controller is the most important thing to this game. It's going to be something I'll chip away at throughout the entire development until it feels right. I saw 2 decent videos recently. Let me track them down for you guys. I think we'll watch them on the stream again. Jonas, my name is Jonas. He had a good one. Been doing pretty good at dodging politics lately and definitely feel more focused and happy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, generally IRL, I'm not trying to talk about that stuff at all. Like, it was one of the nice things about leaving California, frankly, because it just felt like anytime you met anybody, there was the shakedown, the suss out, where there was a lot of signaling and stuff, and like, if you didn't respond in kind, then they would probably know, you know, you didn't agree with them or whatever, and so on and so forth. That's kind of gone here. But the not kind of it's not really a thing, I don't think. Except, I mean, there's a large Mormon community here, and there's definitely like words that you say that mean something to them, so they know you're in the clique. But also just the way you dress and everything will give it away too. Depressing headlines from news sites. No, I just keep track of the police, the continuing dissolving of our rights via local police, and the growth of tyranny through the hands of people with pockets of power in local government. That's that's my jam. But they'll do it on camera. That's the crazy part. They'll do it on camera. They will do it on camera. Okay, so now we have our spaceships. And what we're here for is, let's just double check. Do we have colors on this thing? Where's the colors coming from? How are you getting colors? I don't understand. Where's your texture coming from? See, you don't have any. Where's your texture, bro? I knew I deleted it. What should have been a few moments in time now is forever. So yeah, I discovered a secret pebble gravel walkway was beneath our driveway this entire time. That seemed to be a dirt, muddy area. It was an inch. I measured it. It was an inch of soil on top of it. And so I just started. I made the mistake of spraying it. I should have air blown it, given it a good blow job, and not done the wet route. Yeah, it would have been better if I started with a blow job, but I didn't. And so there's like the second half of it I blew off. I blew it off in front of the neighbors. Luckily the winds were going the right way. Normally the winds are, it's like once a month that the winds are in the right direction that I wouldn't have sprayed my neighbors with my particulate while I was doing the blowjob. But the front half I sprayed with water, and ultimately that's the way it needs to be done. Like, once you get the surface level out, then the only thing left is to spray it with water to loosen everything up. Or I go with like a pickaxe and I just start hitting it all and loosening the gravel up that way, and then let the soil loosen up, and then give it another good blow job. Look at the Windows zip extraction. This is on a solid state hard drive. This is embarrassing. It's single threaded, I bet. I guess it kind of has to be. It is crazy how much RAM. If you want to go full, like I was saying in the Discord, I ordered gravel for like $60 for my whole backyard. Jeez. I think things like that are due to local, there's local channels. Like certain wood is cheaper in certain parts of the states because of where you are. And I have a feeling access to gravel might be one of those things. I lay those little traps. And so I just started, I made the mistake of spraying it. I should have air blown it, given it a good blow job. And not done the wet route. Yeah, it would have been better if I started with a blow job. All right, but I didn't. Good old blow job. They call him blow job cricket. So yeah, because I don't think I could get it that cheap. $60 is incredible. Whole backyard, 2.5 cubic yards. Not like Home Depot. Yeah. We have a lot of stone on our property, so one of the options I was looking at is could I crush it myself? How much is it to rent a crusher? $60 is insane. What about delivery? How did that work? Did you have to pick it up? $35. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go the Colt route, and I'll build a frame for laying concrete around it. It's definitely settled. It's prime for laying concrete on it. It's like it couldn't be more settled. £7,000. $60. Try sculpting rocks. I'll make little rock gargoyles to put on my fence line. I'll just design these little rock gargoyles to sit there on the fence. Okay, so these certainly... Why are they like on a different lighting plane? What do you think's going on there, guys? Why are we dark? Let's add a light source. Let's update the planning next steps. We're going into designing And I guess we could get rid of our camera. We have our player controller in the scene. We should be able to run it and fly around. But again, the scale is completely wrong, so we're going to be this enormous thing in the world. Yeah, we're colliding with buildings. Can't even tell. Okay. So why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Light. So this one needs lighting, so it must be what? Oh, I think I did. Are these unshaded? Is that why? Why are shadows not affecting you guys? I am confused. Why is this one not affected by ambient light? Bros. Oh, we got a new follow sound. It'll hopefully we'll hear today. It's the I can't believe you've done this. You guys know that one? That classic. Can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this. Why is this one not affected by It's like we're in a different world. A whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes. Ship. Rockets. Platform. Pipe. Monorail. Pipe wrench fight. Pipe wrench fight. Now we can fly through this stuff. We're too big. We're also just too fast. Oh, that's the camera. The camera scale. What does that do? Now we're too small. Okay. This is better. I don't know how this is going to control on PC, guys, though. I tend to favor designs based around controller inputs. So... Again, I don't know why ambient light is not affecting this the ship. Any ideas? Does anyone know what would cause that? On the material. Shadow mesh. Oh, bloody shadow mesh. Jesus, it's got so many things. What is all this? What would I need to update though? Albedo. What's the thing that I need enabled? Will we be able to blow up cars? Yes. Yes, sir. So, some of the setting ideas that I have are, I need to write them down because they keep popping into my head. But okay, there's going to be like the corporate area, the corporate sort of like downtown area. There's going to be basically two downtowns, old downtown and new downtown. Okay. Old downtown is now not safe downtown, air quotes, not safe. Up, like we could call it uptown and downtown or something like that, right? But basically there's like the new development area is like the wealthy and all of that. There's going to be a wealthy suburban type thing where it's like gated and well protected. Doing lots of air quotes here. Air quotes are doing a lot of heavy lifting. When you go to the like low income areas, there's going to be a lot of like billboards for the lottery, the state lottery or whatever it's going to be called, right? There's going to be a lot of like the implication will be that hope is like very low, and so like something like a lottery makes sense to somebody in that world. And I guess it's mirroring real life, right? But it's be like, you know, you could win. I won a gazillion, you know, whatever's. You could too, you know, when you're flying by, it's like a billboard, whoosh. And then when you're flying through the, just like real life, And then when you're in the like wealthier areas, it's like, get the new dog droid 9000 to protect you and yours. Keep your family safe. And they'll have like the Boston Robotics dogs as like protection and stuff like that, and it'll be driven around being fearful of those that don't have, right? There's and a lot of the missions that I'm imagining are primarily like, if you're paying attention to what you're hearing in the background, like if there's a protest or something like that, and you hear what they're saying, you'd be like, are we the baddies? Like, hopefully the player, as they're playing it, they're like, are we the baddies? Like, I don't know. Only on TikTok Shop. Seems like it's not disabled. So what's going on? Are we in a different, like, world space? It's acting like we're in a different world space altogether. The world environment is here. It's coming. We're just putting the player controller in here. Nick, you might be able to help me. These assets here, I have ambient lighting. These assets here are being affected by ambient lighting, but this one is not. What do I change in the materials to make sure that it is? Because it's got to be a material setting. But like if I turn off ambient light, they should have the same. Now see, this even has a little bit of a hint more to it. And this is like pure black. Oh, ambient light, disable. There we go. Now we're all lit the same, but this material on this thing is not being affected by ambient lighting. But yeah, there'll be a lot of I guess what I'm trying to figure out is the loops for the main mission stuff. How do I make that interesting? Inverted normals. I have no idea. These are from Kenny. These are his earlier stuff. So I'm guessing he didn't know about stuff like that, because I don't. I don't know about jack shit. See, this one looks like it's got... Hang on a second. Backface calling. Who do you call him backface? I think state lotteries are gross as fuck. It's fucking disgusting. That's just like my opinion, man. All right. Well, his stuff isn't going to work for our needs. We just need something to match the environment. So we're going to go over to itch real quick. We got to hustle here, guys. Let's get moving. I think K-Kit's got some little spaceship thing in his it's cull mode and transparency. Okay. don't think it's gonna let me. Thanks so much. That surface override. Why is it not letting me? Bro! I'm gonna reload. It's like space, outer space something. Kenny, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to make them unique. Resetting it seemed to help. So you're saying it's in transparency? Cull mode in transparency. Disable. No, it doesn't work in the scene. It's definitely not that. Huh. Unshaded, okay, unshaded has what we expect. Disable ambient light is not on. Our visual instance layer is 1. The world environment. I don't know that it has visual instance layer. It does not appear to. Weird. No, this is a 3D asset. It's Space Kit. It's this one, my friend. It's okay. It's early in the morn. It's early in the morn my time. I'll give you the, you can have my time as your time. All right, well, we've got the ship. Let's just keep flying around. Nick's on it. Nick's on it. We're flying around. We can fly through things right now. How big are we? If we imagine somebody sitting in this thing. Yeah, this is roughly the size we'd want. Yeah, it's about right. Because we can carry a bunch of people in this thing and drop them off. Do some black ops stuff. So do we have the typical you go rogue? If we have a police force and we have some sort of like rebellion group that is, you know, some sort of, they're hijacking state vehicles and stuff and then using them. You know, there's like the Killdozer incident and shit like that. We totally have to have a Killdozer episode where there's just a guy running around destroying buildings and stuff, and you got to stop him. Can we do a loop-de-loop? No, I have a block in that. I think I'll publish this page, the page this week in 2 days or so. Nice, very nice. Today begins the official first day of traditional school, as we refer to it. And so my daughter, she's going to be taking a prep test for the standardized testing for mathematics. It's going to go one of two ways, just like they're reading. She'll either ace it or she won't, and we'll see. We shall see. But I have a feeling she's going to do fine. She does it at home. It's all digital. There's a proctor that watches her take the test, and it's actually better than traditional school, because imagine if every student who did a standardized test at a traditional school had one teacher sitting there watching them as they took the test to see if they cheated. And that's basically how it is. When it's funny how the oversight and everything is much higher for different it's like, oh, we have to protect the children more than we do when they're in a classroom with 30 peers. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Oh man. I read an interesting article from a financials perspective that made a very, very clear argument that AI is in a bubble. And it was all from a financial perspective of like, these companies have, some of them have like $10 billion pumped into them, and they are making like less than billions back. And then there's entire companies that have built themselves off of them. And it's like, it's a house of cards. Yeah, no, 100% it will. Your Space Shop looks fine to me. Space Shop looks fine to me. Huh? Ship. So what the hell's going on here? Let's try throwing a building in. City. Building. We'll drag a building in. See, the building's fine. But if I grab anything from Kenny's space kit, it's not happy. If I do FBX, that looks right. But if I do GLTF, let's to fuck ing. They're really missing an opportunity to call it GL. Anyway. All right, out. We're doors split. Well, let's work on Node since we have the character controller in, and we're driving around. Let's add a new node type to our scripting system, and we'll call it graph node type. We have move to, we have start, play, audio. That's pretty straightforward, right, guys? Okay, so now we have a new node type called play audio. And let's build the node. Hey, bud. Aww, look at this Jeremy Sheps. You guys seeing him? Oh, no. Come over here. Show everyone your handsomeness. No, everyone wants to see you. I know. You're right here. I see you. I acknowledge you. Come here. Where are you going? I love you too. Come here. You're my boy. You're my doggy. You want me to clean your ears? You want me to clean this ear up? You want me to clean it? Let me get the ear stuff, okay? Come here. Okay. Colts, my plan is to not tell anybody about the thing I'm making and release it on its own volition. But dev Twitter will know nothing about that I'm involved in it at all, hopefully. Well, there's one obvious way they could figure it out. You know what it's a bit like with this AI stuff is it's a bit like YouTube channels where you have this bigger platform, YouTube, that allows you to use its technology, but continuously changes the rules to how you make money and can nuke you at a moment's notice because they don't like what you're doing or saying or whatever, right? They're just like, oh, okay, we're just going to deflate you in our algorithm. And in the AI space, it's a little bit different, but they could easily be like, we're going to charge more for this. We're going to change our terms for this or that and how you can use us and so on and so forth. So they can make or break businesses. They can also just look at what people are doing that's successful, like Apple, and go, okay, we're going to do that, but better because we'll have access to things that we're not going to give other people. It's metallic. Set it to 0.1. That seems to be doing it. All right. Thank you so much. We're way too shiny. Wanna be shiny. That's the one thing I saw a change on. Show enough. Show enough. Do 50%. I wanna be shiny. Eat a lot of taco and some bell. Specular. Lottie ho. Thank you so much, Nick. Nick. Nickelodeon. Now, if you added a reflection probe, it might look shiny. Might be the limit of how reflections are currently handled in Godot. Godot has limits? What? Are you telling me you built a time machine out of a DeLorean? Nick. Nickelodeon. Alright, let's fly around now. Okay. You have to make the sound. It's important, guys. Back to the game. Make the light a little bit like that. Whoa. I finally finished Ghost in the Shell, the Scarlet whatever sin one. And tell you what, guys. I don't know if it borrowed from the other television series. The standalone complex stuff. I don't understand why they made any of the changes that they made as far as the plot line to the original anime. And of course they had to throw in like your standard villain, who really felt like he was just slapped in at the end. That was the strangest thing. That definitely felt like a studio note. Like there needs to be a bad guy. Because they had like the one guy who was the bad guy, and then they're like, well, let's, now that he's not the bad guy, we got to have somebody else be the bad guy, kind of thing. But getting rid of the whole like, you know, memory and evolution as a way of you know, they I don't know, like it was the 90s, and so that was talking about the internet a lot and stuff like that, and but the idea that the key to survival is to lose memory, essentially dying and the loss of those memories is how things change, and at least that's one of the takeaways that I got from it, and just like removing all of that, and the idea that like this new life form was being born, just removing all that is just like fucking bizarre. Like this beautiful, it was this really sweet little thing, and then they're just like, yeah, we're not going to do that. Reflection probe would resolve it too. Setting Matok to something which isn't purely 1.0 might help a bit too. Yeah, I set it at 0.5. Anyways, we're back to making, we're going to be making some graph nodes. So we're going to move what we have the two that we have here, put them in here, and this is probably going to break some references somewhere. Yeah, it was weird because the beginning of it, I was like, wow, I wonder why this got such bad marks, because so far it's kind of, I don't know, it's interesting. There's some changes, but I'm sort of okay with it so far. It's spelling things out way more than the anime did. And then it was like, the other thing I noticed is it was way here. And this was strange to say. So I was watching it with my wife, and I'm like, this is way more violent than the anime. Like, from what I remember in the anime, the main character, she kills 3 people that are holding an ambassador or diplomat hostage. So, like 4 or 5 of them. They might not even be people, actually, come to think of it. And then there was one other guy that she takes in. Or no, I think he ends up dying. And then there's one guy at the end that she kills. But in this, she's like mowing down just people left and right. And it's like every 5 seconds there's a big shootout and people are getting fucking murked and shit. And it just totally changes, like, they couldn't trust the detective side of the story to, I don't know. It was such a weird, because the production is like off the fucking charts. And that's what's so disappointing about it, is they clearly spent some cash on this thing. And I'm not even upset about, like, I know people were upset. It's like, oh, she's white. And, you know, she's supposed to be Japanese or whatever. And they kind of actually built that into it in an interesting way. And I also really appreciate that they had what's his name play Takeshi Kitano? Takeshi Kitano? But this guy who makes a bunch of Yakuza films, and he's in it as their you know, the boss man basically, and it's and they give him like a really cool fucking scene, but it has, they combine him with a character that they removed, which I think removing that character was also like, what the fuck are you doing? They sort of split this one character who doesn't have any mods on him. They introduced like 80 million other characters instead. I just, it's like, what are we doing here? Why are we introducing all these? And then there's a female character that they just basically forget about. Oh, it's going all right. We're gonna lose. We got our ship flying around. But yeah, they introduce a female character and they're like, oh, we totally forgot about. we totally forgot about this character that we introduced. By the end, they're like wrapping it up. And then they're just like, well, we don't know what happened to her. We're not going to tell you. Okay, buddy, you got to let me fix your ears. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to try and help my dog. Exactly. We have to liberate the gridlock. You know, the thing that really bothers me about police right now is the rapidity of escalation and the absolute use of force that is not equal to the thing that they're using force against. That's the crazy thing. I think it's a good idea to have a healthy disrespect of that stuff, a healthy like questioning of all that stuff right now, guys, especially in the States. I don't think we should stand for this. I'm just gonna say it because we're a little bit like the frog in the pot when it comes to state force. And we're also acting like useful idiots as far as the police are concerned. And they are willingly, stupidly creating a point at which they might not be any going back from. Anyways, let me go help the dog here really quick. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, I'm not talking about shootings. Okay. No, I'm just talking about excessive force. And also a lot of retaliatory ticketing, especially if you try to exercise your rights, particularly your Fifth Amendment. Which is ironic. My favorite thing, the Fifth Amendment in the States is the right to remain silent. Basically, the right to just shut up and not say anything. It's actually related to the First Amendment, which is free speech, right? Oh, it bothers you. I got you. And so if they start querying questions at you and it's clear they think that you did something that you didn't do, your absolute smartest thing to do is stop talking to them. But the irony is they'll punish you for that by arresting you, saying that you're obstructing an investigation. So they'll try to get you on obstruction. The system is the punishment. The process is the punishment. They know that they're wrong. They know that nothing will come of it, but they know that now you're in the court system and now you're fucked for possibly years of your life because they're going to place charges on you that are absolute bullshit. So they get you on obstruction for remaining silent, and the first thing they fucking say to you when they're arresting you is, what? Does anyone know what they'll say to you as they arrest you? It's a little quiz for everybody. They'll say, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So they're arresting you for exercising your Fifth Amendment rights, and the first thing they have to inform you of as they arrest you is your Fifth Amendment right. It's a little fucked. A little fucked is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. All right. So we're gonna make a play audio node. We need like a default node because there's like some default settings to nodes that we need to keep track of. Let me look them up real quick. Sorry, a little bit of a. This is gonna happen a lot when I make this game, by the way. So yeah, they're like, well, you're obstructing. Why is that? Well, you're not answering my questions, so you're under arrest. Also, I also love you're under arrest for resisting arrest. It's like, well, wait, what? How does that work? There has to be an initial crime. Another way that you know that you're about shit's about to go down with the cops you're dealing with is when they have the plastic gloves on. Or the rubber gloves. If they're wearing black rubber gloves, you're fucked no matter what. They've already decided that they're going to jump you. They're either going to search you no matter what you say. Like if you're in a vehicle and they're starting to put on the gloves, then they're going to search the vehicle no matter what. Even if they don't have probable cause. If they're putting them on and you're out in the street and it's just them and they're just there, they're about to fuck you up. Right, but you don't have to answer. You don't have to aid them in their investigation. At least not here. They don't have a right to search you unless they can establish cause. They can't just search you because they want to. But we say things like that. They can't, but they do. That's the problem. That's the problem I have, and that's what we should all be calling out. I'm not on the side of let's create a fictional. When I'm talking about these things and I see them and they're on video, they happened. But then when I talk about it with certain peoples, it's like we create a fiction of like, well, but this, and it's like, but that's not what happened. Watch the video. This is what happened. Like, just watch it. You know, that's the part, and people don't want to. They don't want to get upset. And it's like, okay, well, I'm sorry, but like, I do feel that knowing your rights and exercising them is really important. And I do feel that if everyone just one day woke up and decided to start doing that, policing would drastically change. The mask would either come off or they'd have to change how they do things. Well, what was it? Was it Oklahoma? It was Oklahoma or I forget where, but 600 arrests for DUI was 0. No blood alcohol, no drug content. And that's the ones they know about because they don't report the numbers. You have to look up the public records and do the research yourself. What about the DUI? They're arresting people for DUI that aren't drunk. No, it's driving under the influence. The fullest thing is, I'll take a road sobriety test because that'll prove my innocence. That's not how it works in this fucking country. You don't prove your innocence. They have to prove your guilt. All you're doing is supplying them more evidence to use against you to establish guilt, even if you aren't. But the problem is here in this country, if you refuse to take a DUI test, they can still take you in. Well, but they don't know that until months later. So you're thinking, and they'll argue this to you on the road, on the side of the road, at the middle of the night when you're really scared and everything. just do this and then we'll know that you're not drunk. So you take a roadside test. You could pass it flawlessly, but it's a completely subjective test. And the officer can say, well, I saw some, you were leaning back on your heel. You were wobbling a bit when you did this. And so I think you're drunk. We're going to take you in and test your blood and alcohol. And a lot of places will specifically not allow a breathalyzer until you go into the police station. The system, the process is the punishment. But the DUI thing is about revenue streams and stuff. And it becomes certain things become profit centers for these for certain states and police stations and stuff. And it's just like sucks balls. Yes, but it doesn't matter. You can still get a DUI charge and be clean. Right. This is why the blood test can take months. Because that's how our system works. I don't know how to tell you, dude. The only smart way to avoid the DUI charge is to not take any of the tests. As far as the sobriety tests that they do, the roadside sobriety tests, absolutely say no to that. They're going to take you in anyways. If it doesn't matter, and they're going to take you in. And if you refuse the DUI test, at least in the States, what'll happen is they can still remove your license, but you won't have the charge. And that's the most important thing, especially if you want to keep your job. Right? The process is the punishment. Just by being arrested and charged with a DUI, even if you weren't under the influence, is enough to fuck up your life hardcore. So now you have to ask, who are they targeting and why if these people aren't drunk and they're not intoxicated? Why are they doing this and who are they targeting and abusing this power with? That's where it gets more interesting. That's where you see the corruption. Anyways. Sorry. I'll stop talking about that stuff. Refusal to take an alcohol test, you are committing an offense. You can get punished for it. Yes. Yeah. I mean, essentially, that's what we've created. There is, in some states, in Idaho, for example, there is an implicit agreement that you are agreeing to sobriety tests. However, you don't have to take the field sobriety test. You can insist that they take blood and alcohol and do a breathalyzer. However, that means you're going to be spending the night in a police station. And they won't get the test results back from the blood for months. which is ridiculous because you can get your blood ran for anything, and it's a matter of hours. But for some reason, when your freedom is at stake, then it suddenly takes forever. And you get more troubles. Yeah. See, the problem here is that it sounds like I'm making an argument to have drunk drivers on the road. That's not what I'm arguing for. But that's what I'm saying can be twisted into. That's not what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing that I don't want people who are not drunk being charged with being drunk or being intoxicated or inebriated or whatever. That's what I'm arguing for. That's all. And if it makes it more difficult, then it feels like it's a necessary thing. 600 people in one state in a period of 2 years. How many lost jobs? How much did that hurt the state? How many jobs were lost? How many people's lives were totally upended because of that? How much did that actually cost the people of that state? And how many people that actually weren't drunk did they miss because of that stop, and how long it took them? It doesn't make the people safer, and it doesn't help the community. It does the exact opposite. Don't do it. You want me to clean your ears? No? Okay. Better to convict 9 innocent people than let one guilty free. Yeah, but in a lot of states, they don't have breathalyzers that they can do on the roadside because they want to get the DUI charge through the field sobriety test. So they specifically set things up so that it's a hindrance to you. Because they say, well, we can do the breathalyzer, but that we have to take you into the station, and that could be hours. So why don't we just do the field sobriety test right here? The completely subjective test where I can establish your guilt or innocence based on my feelings. And a test that is provably inaccurate. Let's do that instead. It's faster. It's more convenient for you and me. And I don't think you're drunk, but I just want to be sure. I just want to be sure, you know? Because you do something seems to be a little off. And if there is, I just want to, you know, for your safety, I just want to check. Damn it, I have to get the nut tightener thing for this. I screwed up my mic stand. There we go. I'm not going to touch it. It's going to fall at some point. Yeah, we do. We do. We also like to use smell a lot. I smell something. Oh, that's convenient. No, it's because it's scientifically fucking nonsense. And here we use it like a fucking... I mean, it's basically reading tea leaves, and especially when it's being abused. It's reading tea leaves and all kinds of bullshit. Alcohol test through breath, right. Because that's effective. We don't do that here. We don't do that.
Some states do, but a lot of them don't. Mm-hmm. The real problem is the level of abuse with those things. We have something called exigent circumstances as well as in the States, where if the cops think somebody is in immediate danger inside their home, they could break into it. But then the problem is we have such a degree of corruption among the district attorneys and police and judges in some areas of the country where, and they'll do this for the video. Do you hear that? I hear someone yelling. And then they'll break in and there's nobody in the home. And then they see something on the desk or something and they're like, well, that's, you know, that's suspicious. And then they go and get a warrant to do a full search of the home or whatever. But the whole, like, I hear something, because if you have any of those things, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's a sensible thing. And then it immediately starts to, like, you start to see everything starts to fall apart. And my problem isn't that those things exist. My problem is that the abuse happens, and the willingness to let it happen is my problem with all of it. That's what I'm talking about. I watch nothing but body cam videos on YouTube. I see them do the sobriety test all the time. Yeah. Honestly, it's pick your poison. The common law in the US has more innocent in jail, while the civil law in most of Europe has more criminals on the streets. It'd be pretty messed up. Yep. And the escalation to force is the rapid escalation to force in the States is extremely disturbing. Sometimes it's within seconds of an encounter with the police officer. They're ripping you out of a car, or they're fucking body slamming you on the ground and permanently damaging your body for life, all because you maybe didn't even hear them or understand what they were asking. Yeah, but it seems like no matter how well they do on the test, they still get arrested if their breath smells like alcohol. Yeah, because the smell can't be recorded on a camera. I smell it. It smells like it. And the test it's that's the thing. The minute they want to do a sobriety test, if they're fucking crooked, and a lot of times if they're doing a sobriety test and you're clearly not encumbered, they are. If they're doing a field sobriety test, it's already over. You've lost. All they're trying to do is collect more evidence against you at that point. That's the thing that sucks about it. This is Cricket's anti-cop power hour. Oh, they also, like, man, shooting dogs. That's another thing they really love to do here in the States. They love to shoot dogs. Portable breathalyzers, but for some reason those tests aren't admissible in court. Yeah, they have more accurate ones in the yeah, it's lovely. Isn't that the famous U.S. moment when you sue the state and you don't have to work for the rest of your life? No, no. That process can take a decade. And even if you what was it recently? A lady accidentally hit a police officer who just bolted out into traffic. And they withheld, the state had evidence that would exonerate her. They withheld it. When it finally came out and they were going to settle, they hired new lawyers and they're going after her again. Even though she's completely innocent of like negligent driving. The guy literally fucking, it's like he lost his mind and he just runs out into traffic. It's the weirdest thing to see on video. It's almost like The Happening, if you've ever seen that movie. I'd much rather there be more lawsuits against the state than against people, that's for sure. Maybe that's just me. All right, so here's our audio node. There's nothing in it right now. So now we have to build the interface for us. So let's look into this. We're going to say that we... Why are we so big? I'm going to go like that. Okay, so play audio. There we go. And then we're going to choose the audio. There's going to be a label called play. And this will be a Boolean. It'll be on the input side. And then the audio, I guess we'll have it be a drop down. But one of the real ways you'll know that it's a lot of trickery and stuff is what the police will tell their kids to do when they interact with police. And the things that they'll tell them is don't answer their questions. Don't take a sobriety test. Don't, you know, it's a bunch of don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't be respectful, but don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And it's just like a lot of like things that they tell the exact opposite to people. You know, if you just do what we ask, it'll all be over soon. Just do what we're asking you to do. Now, do we, for the play audio, do I have a big drop down, or do we browse through a file? Is it a big how should we do this, guys? I think we'll just browse. It'll be a file dialog. So we'll have a file dialog. Is it going to be on the graph node? I suppose it is. So one thing when we instantiate this is the other thing we're going to have to do. So this week we're going to be back on the this editor stuff. And we're going to start programming in our first mission through the graph system. But this is why I can't have a lot of viewers. Is because I talk about this shit, and I probably shouldn't. And I apologize. I shouldn't talk about this stuff. More replayability in-game scenario editor. I could expose this. I mean, this right here, and it's totally possible. I could do something like that. I mean, I'll have done the work. It's just that there's a lot of polish that you have to add to that stuff for it to be like player facing. Should we not have the... Hmm. Ah, God, I'm gonna refactor. Oh no. Not being able to unmute. That's bizarre. This is a total... Okay. Almost done with this little itty bitty refactor. Look at that. Got rid of an entire data structure. Bye-bye. We didn't need you. Okay. And with the raid.
Oh, that's cool.
He meets.
Yeah, cool.
You think it's
going?
cool?
It's cool.
Is it too late to start programming at 22? No. What gave you that idea? Don't be ridiculous. No, that's fine. It's not too late. You're fine. Thank you for coming in, Raiders. I appreciate it. How's everybody doing? Look at this. Hang on. Let me show you what we got going on here. We got a little ship flying around on the city. We fly around here. Is there a city? Yes. Okay. We got traffic. Look at those cars going. Look at that. I'm gonna go over here. It's coming alive. The city is alive. Look at that. You did all that fast. That's what my wife calls me. Speedy Gonzalez. She never says it proudly though. It's always in a disappointed tone. I don't understand why. Friendmaster, how's it going? Accidental user, what's up? Mud, how you doing? Tiny Victories, what's going on? Let me double check the sound. Just in case there's any follows. I have a new follow sound. It's random. The follow sounds are random. So if one comes in, I hope at some point this week I hear it. What kind of game are you creating? We are recreating an old, in the spirit of an old PS1 title called G Police. Let me show you what it looks like. Loud noises. Let me turn down the volume here.
Here, but off the record.
Look at this. Look at this 90s FMV, baby.
I think they're hiding.
But essentially, you're just the quote-unquote good guys, the cops, running around, scanning things, blowing up the bad guys, and assisting patrol units from the air. This is in some moon around Saturn or some shit. And you're just going around doing things. But for 97, this game came out in 97. It's got so many crazy systems in it that are just like, look at this traffic system. Look at this. 1997, Cyberpunk eats your heart out. Look at this shit. 3 lanes. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That guy merging over there. It's fucking crazy. Anyways. Not bright enough. I know. It was one of the earliest DirectX games. So they were like, ooh, particle effects. Let's I think they were just excited that they could do it at all, and then there was no restraint applied. They're like, oh, we can do this. It goes to 11. They're like, let's put it goes to 11. M, what were you working on? I think they would have just done a spline line thing follow, nothing fancy. It's actually more complicated than that. But I mean, there's noise, there's like noise and whatnot for it. Anyone got a good Unity log asset thingy they recommend? Jacob's in here, he does Unity. And I believe there's somebody else in here that's a Unity guy. Oh, Sorrow. Let me do a shout out to Sorrow. We'll summon Sorrow. I'm sure Sorrow has a suggestion on that as well. But did I do a shout out to M? I didn't do a shout out to M. M, I gotta shout you out. I'll do the vocal shout out. Luckily, M came after my cop rant. Shout out to M Audio for all your audio needs. The corner of Higuera. Whoop, wrong side. Hang on. Anyways. If your game's jets don't have ludicrous brightness, I'm going to 1-star review it. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. It was a 16-bit game. And they did development that it was compatible with the PS1 and the PC at the same time. I think it's amazing how they back then how they were able to. They had a lot of modern tools that they did. The PS1 game you can pick between the draw distance, the field of view, and frame rate. as sliders in a PS1 game. That's like unheard of. It's really cool. So anyway, so we're working on we have a node editor, a scene editor for the game. Essentially, this allows us to build like a sort of blueprint style mission editor. This also allows us to go a little bit more, air quotes, open world with a game. Yes, see you in a bit. Casey Kasem. I'm Casey Kasem. That SNL skit that never aired with Casey Kasem and his son. I'm Casey Kasem. This #1 hit on the billboards. What did you do today, M? We're gonna check out M's stream here real quick. If you guys don't know M is a an audio jack of all trades, Jill of all trades. M is a Jill of all trades when it comes to audio. I'm Casey Kasem. Only available to subscribers. I've been gate kept out, and I'm also not a subscriber. This is embarrassing. Oh God. Abort. Blender streams was not chill, bro. 100%. Jacob turned me on to Blockbench, so I may be using Blockbench and not Blender, but also because I'm gonna be going with the low poly look. So this is the one that I'll be using, and they got little previews of what you can do in it. But you can it's like Blender, but it's meant to be more like the texturing and everything's sort of like it's all built around making low poly models. So and you can even, if you want, you can do joints and all that stuff. But if you want to make the OG Gran Turismo, you can. I used it for Minecraft modding. Yeah. Look at that shiny reflective surface. Mostly because I'm an idiot. And trying to do 3D modeling makes my head explode. Because when I used it, it was literally voxels. That was a different one. That wasn't Blockbench. That was, and that one's still around. I think I know which one you're talking about. But I don't think that was Blockbench. Oh, no. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Because you were using it for Minecraft. Yeah, it's possible they improved it. Yeah. Well, lol to you too. There is a voxel editor though, as well. That's a bit like Blockbench. It's making my head explode. Yeah. This one, the painting tool inside of it and the way that you model and all that stuff, it's all sort of like streamlined. It's like, you know, a reduction of Blender. And so it's not it's just the tools that you need to do, you know, the kind of like this very specific style of art. And you can do like, you know, metallic and roughness and I don't know about normals though. I haven't seen anything about normals. I'm sure you can. I just, in all these models, I don't see any normals going on. Anywho, yeah, they've probably improved it, Codex, from when you used it. My head was getting twisted on. There is a voxel specific editor, so I immediately forgot that you were telling me you used it for Minecraft, and then you heard voxel and thought, oh, you're using it, which is Minecraft, but hopefully you know what I mean. Yeah, so right now we're working on an audio player node for our node editor. And we're just getting that going here. So you'll excuse me while I'm programming stuff. So we got to connect this button. Magica Voxel. That's what I was thinking of for the voxel editor. Yeah. Magica Voxel is like a 3D sprite drawing program where the pixels are the voxel. Yeah. That's the one I was thinking of. We're gonna need to start. What's the Godot docs? What is the Godot docs? The inline docs you can do. The markdown for that. We need to be doing that. Looks cool. Never used it. Yeah, I am worried. I'm most keen on getting this going where I can start, because I want to start making my own cars and stuff like that. So I'm excited about it. I have to fix my alignment code. I broke everything drawing, debugging stuff. No. Manual. We're going to look at, I think it's under scripting. GD script, reference, documentation. All right. Use 2 hash symbols instead of 1 to add documentation comment, which will appear in the script. Appear in the script documentation and in the inspector description of the exported variable. Documentation comments must be placed directly above the documentable item. Available. Here we go. Reddit. Let me see. Don't take me to Reddit. I have to break the habit. Oh, I already know about this. Yeah. Yeah. I shared it. Yeah. This actually was released while I was making the Jam game. Yeah. Even if you get 5%. Yeah, the thing is I'm not a rage game for streamers and stuff like that. But yeah, I definitely want to pursue that more. But yeah, that guy, it was so funny because Jacob's like, look, this dude's making a, and the inside joke now on the stream is that the paddle genre is going to take off. And because there's like 3 other paddle games that are coming out. Of course, because this guy made it big. So then, or the indie equivalent of making it big, air quotes. Yeah, I've seen three games coming out with six depth of field. Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why I want to get into Blockbench. So I figure building skyscrapers and cars and little space vehicles in Blockbench is kind of an easy, right? And then it's like, okay, I'm comfortable with this. Now I'm going to use it to build, because I use the same assets for the entire inner tube game, and so I want to take that and actually build, like, okay, this is like the Grand Canyon stage, and this is, you know, that kind of thing. And use my understanding of Blockbench to try and actually model some actual stage-like things for the game. Okay, that's good enough. They don't generate in the editor. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a soda, and we're gonna get cooking on this. Enjoy the rainy weather. Put on some background music.
I can't believe you've done this.
Man, this dog. Okay. Let's let's do a quick commit before we get too far into this. Oops. Whoa. Ah, shit. Trying, Mariano, trying. Oh, no. How you doing, Mariano? Firefox just crashed on me. There goes the music. The day the music died. Lots of little things today, guys. We're just cooking. Not a lot I can explain, really. Just like I'm just going. So we're working on the audio player node. We'll be getting that going. And there's that. I think we can get rid of Node 3D because we don't need it anymore. Okay, that was our initial prototype, and then main. We can get rid of both of these, main, and then Node 3D. Okay, projects. I am free from the chains of my extracurricular activities and can now devote my time evenly split between work and watching cricket. Make whatever this is equally. Second favorite, I hope you're doing good. Are you excited? It's this week, right? PAX 2025. A homemade visual programming? Yes. Well, I mean, not really homemade because Godot is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but yes, indeed, my friend. Is it next weekend? I thought it was this week. I keep cooking. Dude, this the UID reference is a killer. That is a elite move there. I don't know. I just go to the airport when my phone tells me to. Dude, that's me. I am so bad at, like, when I move to a new area, it like knowing the street names, and I'm very spatially aware. Like, if you describe a landmark, I'm like, okay, I know where to go. But it's like street names and that kind of thing. I'm like, yeah, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. Like I'm going to get pulled over one day and the cops are going to be like, where are you heading? I'm like, oh, you know, whatever. And they're like, oh, but I saw you take a left on whatever street. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to be honest with you, officer. I don't know what street that is. I don't know the names of any streets. I like UIDs, but there's a lot of resistance for it. I mean, they had to pick a lane, Mariano. That's one thing that Godot does do, is they make decisions. A lot of open source projects make this mistake of saying, we'll have it, you know what? You can have your cake and eat it too. We're going to support everything. But at least Godot has an opinion on something. Because the temptation would be like, oh, you don't like UIDs? We'll support this too. But they're like, no, this is what we're doing. If Google Maps told me to drive into a fire, I would do it. Is that the ultimate? Is that how AI wins? They all just have us drive off bridges. It's just like there's just a pile. It's like Thelma and Louise, except there's like 30. It's like a growing pile of cars all flying off the same cliff. Thelma's a weird name. Gotta be honest. Thelma's an odd one. It's like somebody's Mima. That's what my Mima's name is. It's Thelma. Oh, yeah. People are driving into lakes because GPS told them to. What is the Old West equivalent of that level of thinking? Is that the crossing the river when you just wait? It just rained and you're going to try and cross the river? Is that like the Old West equivalent? Or like, I'm trying to think of like, you know, because this kind of intelligence was always there. Or I should say this degree of lower intelligence. I don't know. You know what? Let's make a default graph node template. Mariano, if you're still here, I do feel like something's clicked with me with Godot. Like there's something, because when you're using an engine, there's a lot of resistance, and this is why people argue against engines, because you end up like spending time working with it. But there are certain things about it that have sort of like registered for me as like, okay, like patterns. So, you know, like you've got like design patterns, whatever, but there's like ways of like building things and designing things around it the way that it does things, where it's like, oh, this is like the way I like to do things and the way it wants to do things, and here's how I can make it like less friction for me. And I think that's what is sort of happening as I'm using it more. little cramped looking, but it'll do. Sodil? And is that different than solid? The way the engine prefers things. Man, that's my deal. I can remember entire scripts for plays, but I can't remember programming patterns. When I code, I try to use the solid principle, but one of the principles is forbidden to us, the inversion principle, because the lack of interfaces, aka traits in GDScript. My whole project is now set up to be ordered and structured as possible with leverage blend to asset on an import. To leverage Blender to asset on import workflow as much as possible. Right. Like build the animations in Blender and reference those in Godot, and the textures and everything referenced in Blender, etc. But Godot really likes its strings and wants things ordered by scene, which makes no sense in a large project. I wouldn't survive without interfaces. I had to buy a TV because my old one broke down because I have to finish Hollow Knight. I can't bear to play Silksong on portable mode. So I see C#. That also means I ignore large portions of the engine and the editor built-in stuff. Signals I avoid. Anytime I want to use... I try to avoid signals as well. I prefer... I mean, events and signals are almost, the same thing. But I do prefer C#'s events over Godot's signals, for sure. But in general, yeah, trying to keep away from that stuff is preferred. And as a matter of fact, my entire node, I believe, yeah, we don't use any signals for my node system, which I was really proud to get going. That was one thing that made it take a little bit longer to get going, was to make sure that I didn't end up falling to the signals. I'll stick to C# and Unity. I'm not worried. If Unity tries to screw us again, there'll be a big enough community to fight back. We'll fight. Be fine in Unity. Consider using C++, but plugging it in is so complicated, destroys. And C# is awful. Oh shit! There's a gang fight. There's a. Oh my god! The lines are being drawn right now. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. It's. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. It's like, oh no! They're gonna start fighting. Shit. The Sea Wars. There's still people saying we should use assembly only. Only use assembly? Who the hell are those people? Jesus. I mean, if you were building something on something portable like a I don't know, like if you were doing like the Playdate, if you're doing the hardware for the Playdate and somebody was like, I think we should just do assembly, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I got you. We got this super small processor, and like, yeah, we need to absolutely squeeze as much juice out of it as possible so that when the developer puts their software on here, it can run as fast as possible or some shit like that. And we'll just write the assembly ourselves instead of letting some compiler decide what the code is. It's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, that's fine. Like the embedded microcontroller game. Exactly. Like, that's what I mean. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, if there's something that you're doing repetitively and a little bit of assembly is going to like 10x you or something, then it's like, oh yeah, why not? Like, why would you say no to that? But to do the whole thing in it is that's some hardcore shit. The only thing I don't like about C Sharp is garbage collection. And just like not being in more control over that. I'll be right back. It's getting a little chilly in here. I'm going to turn off some stuff. Of course, you know, in GDScript, there's no real resources are reference counted and whatnot, but it's not like you even know what what's going on in memory. There are some nice tools for decompiling. I have to work with some low-level OS stuff and sometimes breaking down other programs to see what APIs they use, and some aren't documented well. Helps a lot. Yeah, and a lot of times, I mean, with web development in particular, it's the instinct to go with like npm to solve your problem instead of just building it yourself is high. But then you're really like, yeah, I don't know. When suddenly you're pulling a package down to determine if something's a Boolean, like you need to reassess what you're doing. Johnson, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, do it. For sure. Next week, you want me to start next week? Premieres on the 2nd. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna throw this off screen. And you know what I can do? Can I make this my homepage real easy? So when do you want me to start? So next week you want me to start? Because I can start right now. Every 5 minutes. It's the Johnson Power Hour. AM Radio 2300. Sometime that week. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it all the time that week. Many times. We gotta help each other. We gotta raise each other up. Rise! But how do I set the homepage? Is there even a homepage anymore in web browsers? Is that like an ancient idea? Where's my homepage? Dude, how do I set a homepage? Ah! I'm on nothing is live yet. Okay. Homepage. I'm in Brave. And boy. I mean I could bookmark. But this is embarrassing. Go to settings and then select appearance and enable show home button. Perfect sense. That makes total sense for what we call a home page. That makes total sense to make it that convoluted to enable. I just wonder why we didn't always do it that way. Okay, so now it's busted. There we go. I have a home page now. This is going to help me remember. They really don't want you to have a homepage because they want to push their news feed on you. How else are they going to collect more analytics on you? How else? Jotson, I wish you the best of luck on that. I'll be honest, I have not been able to catch a lot of the development at all. So even seeing the game in a trailer is going to be a surprise for me. I've caught some of the development, but again, when you're watching people work on games, it's totally different than actually playing it. So, you know, people come in here, they drop in and see what I'm doing, and it's like, I'm just typing. It's like, oh, okay, he's making something. Bro's doing something right now. Dude, suddenly everything's going slow. Yeah, they're chatting or eating. This is true. Should make a bat file, have it launch parameters so you can... Yeah. I am gonna try to up my streaming game in a few, not today, but in over time. Try to amp it up. Well, I think you know by now, but thankfully Silk's song got delayed because the devs were having fun. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. There's two good videos. Well, for me, there's one in particular that I was watching about designing open worlds in like an indie game scenario, and then the other thing is the other one was the latest Jonas video, which was really decent. My name is Jonas. Okay. All right, I think we're back. Are we back? My kids are out playing in the rain. I think we're back. Now it's not showing the camera. What the hell happened? Dude, I think something like hard crashed on the PC. I don't think I can get my camera back right now. um Yeah, the cam's dead. Chat's also not showing. What the hell's going on? I think two OBSs are running right now. Or one was running and still had control. Okay, we're going to trust that. What do we do, guys? There's a background OBS. Oh dear God. If I kill this, I might kill the stream again. I'm going to just go for it. Okay, I think we're still running. And now I'll try and get the camera back. There we go. So the old OBS was still there. Now, can we get the chat back? Can we get the chat back? Let's see. Let's try... Chat. Here we go. We're going to say local file. Okay. And then we're going to check it again. Uncheck URL. And then I'll do a test. Chat's gone, guys. Sorry. It's not going to be on the stream for the rest of the stream today. Dude, I never update OBS. If it's working for you, unless you have to, just don't update it. Because it has... I don't know which update did it, but it has gotten so bad. Specifically if I'm playing a game, the frame rate is like awful now. I wonder if there's an update, because now I should try and run the... I'll update it again and see if the newest update fixes it. But... I don't know why I updated. I was like, I shouldn't do this. There we go. Okay. So now we have the dialogue for picking the audio. And then we need to collect when it is picked. We need to thusly update said audio. Access to resources. Yes. File mode is open. And I'm just going to reload this. This whole graph node thing is so bizarre, the way that I've gotten this going, but it's working. It's working! Save data. So we do have save data for this. Play audio. So... save data. Right now we care about one thing. And that is Mm-hmm. And that is file. Okay. So now in the file dialog, we this is a singular thing. We don't want to select multiple. And we could narrow it down to just audio. Now, what are the audio types that Godot supports? Look at that. Just going to remind my fickle mind. Don't forget, Cricket. Don't you forget about Jot. Don't. Maybe audio stream can tell us about it. And should it just be an audio stream? Questions before us, friends. Questions before us. We might want to pick where the audio is coming from. But for now, we're going to presume that it's playing on the same thing. Almost got distracted. Don't do it, Cricket. Let's say that let's say we are going to reference the actual audio path. So if we had one of my neighbors is so Wave, MP3, and OGG. And resource. Dot sample. These are all of them. Is there a default filter? Does file dialog give us some like prefabs for file types like audio? Like some prefabricated I don't think they do. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just we'll use this list here. We'll just do that. We're going to go over here, and it's not going to let us... So let me take a screenshot of it, since it's not going to make this easy on us. And let's slap that in here. Slap the bass, mon. Slap the bass. Slap the bass, mon. Move this over to the other scene for now. Cricket dying on stream. Anyone else disturbed with the I don't know. Every generation's like, it's getting so bad. The prior, well, it was never like this when I was a kid. You know what I miss? You know what I miss? Do you know what I miss? Do you guys know what I miss? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you know what I miss? I miss your mom. Oh, damn! Cricket got us again. Oh! I miss celebrity death fight. Was that what it's called? The clay fighting MTV thing? You guys know what I'm talking about? Death match, that's what it was. I miss that. Can we have that back, please? Somebody could easily get a YouTube going on that. And they don't even need to do claymation. They could make it look like claymation using Blender, right? Why isn't that a thing? Bring it back. Bring it back. That's what I say. Here we go. It looks exactly like the Godot one now. Okay. Yeah, the comments are broken because I restarted OBS before the other one died. And so it's still like it took over control over something about the browser stuff. And so I can't get it back until next stream. I'm sorry, it's gone. It's gone. Shutdown source when not visible. Let's try that. We'll do both. I'll go like this. I'll go off the scene. I'll go back on the scene and I'll make it visible again. All right, let's see. Nope. She's gone. Okay. So we have 2 Boolean connectors. We have play and playing. It's kind of obvious. One is a input, Boolean input, and one is an output. So while it's playing, this Boolean output will be active. Make sense? I don't know why we would want this. We would probably also need one for finished, like finished playing versus it is currently active or not. So maybe it should be finished and not playing. Maybe that makes more sense, actually, because I would probably, like, when the audio finishes, then it's like, okay, they're going to say something, and then once it's done saying that, then the cop car starts moving or something like that, right? So let's change it to finished instead. And update slot value to finished will only happen once it's done playing, so this won't happen here. It'll happen somewhere else. Look at how clean this is, though, guys. Whenever I want to have something change on these values, I just say update slot value. And in Magic, it just knows what I'm talking about. All right. It's some cool shit. I'm really proud of this. I guess that's why I got a little peed off with the dude just rolling in here. It's like, I put a lot of thought in this. It's like, get effed. Anyways, what was I saying? Call it finished. Why not make it finish playing? Sure. I'm just like really teed off. Okay. And I suppose we can get that ready too. Although that's going to be a little weird. We'll have to loop it back somehow. We'll have a function called finished playing. And then we'll call that externally. And then that'll send an update to the actual value. Keep the nodes talking to each other. Okay. It's slot value, blah, 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 playing. File dialog, file selected. File selected gives us a string. Path, file selected. Func. File selected. File path. String. Okay. Okay. File path. I think I might have to. Oh, you know what? We need like I can do this. $33. Oh, the ready already fired, so we have to have a new one. I'll just add another one. Okay. So this is getting called, and so now we need on our save file path, we're going to save file path. Var file path is a string. And so save data is going to look like that. Okay, and then here we just say file path equals file path. And now we can save the file path. It's just going to work. Magic, guys. Just like that. Magic. Nothing else we have to do. Isn't that cool? I'm so proud of this. But whatever. Whatever. I'm so happy with this because I could just bust these out. This is the whole reason why it took me a little bit of time. So it's like I want to set this up in a way where I can just start popping these things out. Mariano, if you're here, I have a question for you. I think I have the first thing I might want to contribute to the Godot engine for, and I'm wondering if you think this is something that people would be down for. Specifically, it's for the grid map. So the tile, let me compare grid map to the tile. I don't even know what it's called anymore. I'm so not in 2D anymore. I can't even remember. Tile map. Okay. the tile map has a bunch of signals for like, hey, this no, it's still just changed. Have I lost my mind? Wasn't there more like you could? What? I guess it would be a suggestion. I don't even know anymore. Never mind. I feel like I've lost my mind. For me, I would really like to. Why should we tile map layer or tile set? Yeah. Just having changed is bizarre to me. Like, I feel like changed should tell you what? Like, this one changed. Here's the cell that changed. And because otherwise you just don't know, you just know, well, some piece of data in this entire thing changed. You figure it out. I just feel like it should be like, hey, here's what changed. And I guess I thought that existed on tilemap, but it didn't. But it seems to me it should at least tell you like the ID or something. Like this cell at this position changed. Why is it just so vague? Anyways, it's not a problem for me now because I wrote a thing that, you know, but it seems a little like it feels like it could be more explicit. Never mind. I'm not even going to suggest it anymore. There must be. I don't want to have like a 3-year conversation to even talk about whether or not the change should happen. So I'm not going to bother. Not every single cell, just the one that changed. Like, I would think in the engine code, it would know exactly, like, how hard is this to find in the C code? I wonder. But I would guess that whatever is emitting this in the C code knows which one changed. But it doesn't work that way. You can't set many cells at once. You set single items. It's not emitted when you change the cell. It's only the one, the mesh library. Right. Yeah. Okay, so that's what it was. That's what it was. Is that there should be an emission of so that's what my suggestion was. There should be a signal to tell you it should be called like cell changed. And then it just tells you what cell was changed. Like what position, or if it goes by index or whatever. But it should just tell you, hey, this cell was changed. Let me clean your ear. That's what it was. Sorry, it took me a minute to get there. And this feels a little like it could be a better description. Mesh library changed. Emitted when the mesh library changed. Changed is just so vague, frankly. The Godot docs website is broken for me. Uh-oh, I won't refresh then. But yeah, there should be a signal when a specific cell item changes. Like cell item changed or cell changed. And then you just know which one changed. It's extremely useful to know. Because except that you can't know, that's the thing, is you can't know that it's changed. So ultimately what you end up doing is because when you're setting a cell, this is what it looks like when you set a cell item. Like if you do it programmatically, yes. If you do it programmatically, yes, the answer to you is yes. Like I would know. But I'm not doing it programmatically. I'm doing it in the Godot editor. That's why I feel like there should be a signal to let me know. So, let me show you what I mean. City, where is it? So I'm talking about here when we're inside the actual grid map here. This is the editor for it. So if I set this here, if I paint something, well, I feel like if I do this, there should be a signal that something changed. Call me crazy. Like if I paint something, I feel like there should be a signal. Because what I end up having to do this. I don't even remember how I'm doing it, frankly. Yeah, update points. So then I'm only doing it on ready. So I can't even know. I can't know when I'm in here doing this. I can't know that it's changed. So I just think that's really strange. So I don't even know. I don't even have a way of knowing that something's happened here. So I just run it on ready. And I guess, yeah, I guess that makes sense too, Codex, because it's like you haven't saved yet or something. And so the result could be like an array. Here's what's changed. But I just find it a little odd. And again, am I fighting the engine, or is this like a rational thing to think that it would be available? I feel like it's a totally rational expectation that there would be a signal to know that a cell has been changed through this, but maybe not. And the reason why I want to know is because I build out my pathfinding when the cell changes, or I'd like to be able to. So when I lay a road out, I'd like to update my A-star stuff. Yeah. It seems like something worthy of a discussion, but the problem is like I don't want to have that discussion. You want to do this in editor? Well, I mean, grid map is this. It's this editor thing, right? So it makes sense to me that the editor would emit some signals to say like, hey, something's changed. Because, and I know that the circumstance then becomes it needs to be a tool to even get the signal. And you wouldn't ever, but the thing is you could have something changing the value of a cell. But these aren't overrides. If these were overrides, I'd be able to solve it that way too. I'm not rebuilding the path. I'm updating the points. I don't care about that's the thing is I don't want to have that discussion of, hey, what you're doing is wrong. But it's more about, is this something that might be kind of a good thing to have? And I feel like it is. But I'm not updating the entire A-star. I'm updating the points for this area here. That's it. And so since there's no override for set cell, if there was an override for set cell, I'll be ready to go. Good use case. Right. It won't be merged. Yeah, so that's what I'm not going to even bother then. I feel like the use case is using the tool. Like, well, the cell changed, and I'd like to know that. But I guess if it's only thought of being done procedurally, then I guess that I don't know. I'll be frank. Why is this a thing then? What the fuck is that about? Why do we care about the mesh library of the grid map changing, but not the actual cells? If that's the argument, right? To me, this makes very little sense. But I don't know. Whatever. Like, when am I going to need that? I don't know. But okay. I guess I can override the setter, because you could take and I could extend grid map, make my own version of it, and then override on the setter, the set function. I could do something there. Yeah, that's ultimately what I'm doing. It does it on, for now, it does it on ready. But yeah, ultimately I'll bake it. But the hope was that in real time, I was having traffic run inside Godot. Like, it was running and everything like this in here, and I could just update some things in here and then watch what happens when that changes. Which I guess I could make the editor in Godot as a thing, but I was hoping to do it inside of the tools that Godot gives me. Anyways, never mind. I thought it was a good idea, but I suppose it isn't. All right. There's nothing being emitted, not even by the plugin. Does it know the singular cell information? Like, is the single cell thing being changed and it's like, this is where you would put it? Yeah. Yeah, it's just getting the set on an object is kind of a little bit of work. So the easy way was what you were talking about. But there's like set is in here somewhere. Yeah. The property comes through as a string name. So this is where you'd override it. You'd extend it and then override set. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay now. At the time, though, I was like astonished. I was like, wait a minute. I thought I was losing my mind. I was like, TileMap has this, right? And it now it doesn't. I thought for sure TileMap. I didn't even check because I was like, yeah, TileMap has this. Your mom? I'm kidding. Yeah, the other reason why it would be good to know, like if I wanted to create artificial constraints that like this area here can't have, here's a better example. Here's a better use case, Mariano. If I want to make sure that only certain cells can be drawn a certain area or something, knowing that a change has happened, I guess I might be arguing for an override. Because knowing that a cell is about to be changed and being able to control that. And maybe that's what I'm thinking of for tile map. Maybe that's how I was doing it with tile map. Let me double check. Knowing that a cell is about to be changed and being able to look at it and be like, no, is useful. No, there's no override here either. Okay. Okay. I swear I used to be able to do this in 3. I remember doing something like this in 3. But maybe I've lost my mind. It's very possible. I mean, wouldn't be the first time. The city, so far, the plan is for it to be static. I would like for it to change over time, though. But for now, I'm imagining it's static. The events within it will be dynamic, but the city itself will remain static. But yeah, I would like I was talking about the idea of having a killdozer event where some guy just goes insane and starts smashing in buildings with like a man-made tank, and like you have to stop it. So definitely want to have a killdozer day-night cycle. That's easy peasy. Although in a cyberpunk world, it's always like kind of, if it's daytime, it's overcast. You know, that's like them cyberpunk rules. So maybe we'll have like a permanent haze over the city, so you never actually see sunlight come through. It's just like scattered light. Anyways, back to work. But Mariano, if you're starting to write some code for me, please don't worry about it. Don't do it. Just comparing grid map to tile map. Okay. Yeah, I could have sworn there was an override for when you were setting a cell on tile map, but I guess not. There are 3 virtual methods on tile map layer. Oh, is this what I was thinking of? Update cells. That's right. Yeah. Oh, so this would be okay. If update cells existed, this would be okay. This is what I remember. Something like this, I believe. No, is that it? And it's still... Yeah, no, I think this is the one I remember using. I feel like that's a decent proposal, right, Mariano, to have some sort of equivalent for grid map of these overrides. I feel like that's an easy, like, that's a layup. And I'm guessing because I don't think grid map is very popular, and I feel like there was a period of time when it said like, hey, we might not even have grid map around anymore. I could be wrong, and it's not too much work to really make your own sort of grid map, I guess, but I feel like it's not a very popular component of Godot. I could be wrong. I like it. I mean, it's useful for right. Yeah. But I think maybe it just needs a little love, you know? I see. I could try it. I could give it a shot. I don't know. I've never done any C++. Doesn't even have auto tiling. Right. It's weird because I feel like anything that tile map gets, grid map should probably get too. But I guess it would be totally different contributors because it's like a different problem space of being 3D. I see most people just literally placing the grid. Yeah. I do feel like the pipeline to grid map could be improved drastically too. The way that you kind of have to create a mesh library and all that could be really, and even updating the mesh library is kind of like this secret. There's like a, it's like a hidden thing almost where you have to be on this here, and then this here is where you would do it when you have it selected. So you're gonna click here, and then it's like, oh, now you have the secret button here. Still like that. It feels like this should be here. I'm gonna be honest. It makes no sense to put it here. When you click in here, this button shouldn't just magically appear up here. It should be up above this or directly below it as something you can click on and have these options. But putting it like disassociating it from the inspector, I think is a weird choice, but the reason why update cells exist is because of auto tiling. Because grid map doesn't have auto tiles, there's not variations of the same cell to pick from. Because it's based on an array of cells that have changed. I see. Interesting. I don't know. Some crazy sumbitch should go in there and do that, I guess. That would be extremely useful for auto tiling combined with procgen or something would be really useful in 3D. That'd be very powerful just to have that out of the box. I'm going to go tinkle. I'll be right back. I'm not saying procgen should be out of the box, but I'm just saying auto tiling. If it existed in grid map and you were building some sort of procedural gen, it would be nice to just bust that out. Oh yeah, that's right. Firefox crashed on me. Let me get the All right, Codex. Yep. Anyways, back to work. So we choose audio. When the audio changes, we change the path. We have the path. And then on our game code side, we need that to do something. So here's something that we don't have presently. We made the scenario editor. We proved that the scenario editor can do something. So now what we need to do is integrate this in with our the rest of our sort of game code, because we've only proven this as a separate working idea. Mainly that we if we go to scenario editor, we can go to a 3D representation of the city here. So this is the event editor. It's the, sorry. Oh, this should be called a scenario editor now. I need to, give me a second. I got to fix that. So the scenario editor also interacts with this window here. So we have the graph node editor down here where we can create different things. And then basically this allows us to play out those things. After using Delphi for a year or two, I've realized that extending the default classes is much easier than trying to force them to do something my way. Yeah. I mean, that's ultimately why I sort of embraced the Godot way of doing the graph node system. I was like, I'll just extend, because otherwise I'm fighting it, and it's like it was designed this way, and it's like I may disagree, but it's easier to go with the flow when it comes to that stuff. It does have me doing some bonkers things I would never do to basically strap it back into the way I would like it to be. It does feel like it's all slapped together with hot glue and popsicle sticks, though. It's just like, but the other side of it's like this beautiful painting that like your kid made, but they made the frame for it, and if you look behind it, it's just like hot glue and all this shit. It's, yeah, it's like, well, it may look like absolute trash, but it does work. So let's consider how do we oh, how do we do this? Okay, I think we need to work on the loading side of things. Yeah, making the player's head a train makes more sense than building an entire train system. It's like a hat they wear, basically. Yeah. Yep. So here's what we need. Let's create a pause menu that allows us to load some of these one of these nodes, one of these scenarios. We have the start button here. Now this is the Thank you, sweetie. All right, I got some tamales. I'm gonna hide my. Oh yeah, those are good. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. Okay. So here's the wild thing. We're actually going to keep the. We actually have to keep the graph node system while the game is running. We're not going to show it, but it must exist in a scene structure. So, which isn't too crazy, but the thing that we will do is when we load in something in the game, we don't need. There's a lot of elements we don't need. For now, we're just not going to deal with it. But ultimately, if you look at, say, anything that's nil. So in our case here, the file path like descriptor here is not necessary, and technically even the these two would be deemed nil. So these two things don't need to exist. Also, actually, I think at runtime we can dump the entire children of a graph node. Anyway. Nick, what's up? Hope you're doing good. So, my daughter I was designing the game that we're working on together in a way where I didn't I didn't want to try and force programming on her, right? So I did it in a way where I thought that I'll just set it up so she can do all the art and not have to worry about any of that stuff. I won't have to teach her any of it. She won't need to know about any of it. And then yesterday she comes up to me and she's like, you know, I really, how did she put it? There's something about like how hard is it to program to when you press a button have the character move this way or that way? And I was like, well, I guess it depends on where you're doing it, like what you're using or whatever. And she's like, the way that you're doing things, it just looks so complicated. And I was like, yeah. It's like sometimes you kind of make it complicated, but sometimes there's a reason for it or whatever. But she's like, because I want to be able to do that. And I was like, oh, you want to be able to program? And she's like, yeah. So now I'm like, oh shit. I'm reconsidering how I do things, basically. It's like, okay, well then the research that I did on languages and stuff, maybe I go back and I find something that would work for her. And I do think that one of the best ones that I found was actually that thing for the Switch, for making video games on the Switch. Not the Game Builder Garage thing from Nintendo, but the what was it? There was like Fuse. The language in Fuse seems like a great starting point, and you literally can make games on the Switch. You plug a keyboard into it, and you can start coding. But it looks like a great starting point. Let me show you.
Fuse for Nintendo
Whoa, loud noises.
Switch is the application. Fuse for Nintendo Switch is the application that we designed to make learning real coding easier and more accessible than ever before. It's a game that you can download from the Nintendo eShop, just like any other game on the Switch. Featuring a sprite and map editor, literally thousands and thousands of game assets to create with.
Look, Kenny's on there.
Sprites, tile sheets, audio assets, sound effects, 3D models, and a super easy to understand coding language. The Fuse language focuses on code being easy to read and understand. We use simple English words for commands, simple error messages, and you don't have to worry about how you lay your code out. With Fuse for Nintendo Switch, it's possible to create almost anything you like. Share those creations with your friends and get inspiration from the amazing work by others in the Fuse community. From the main menu, you can get to the Showcase Gallery. This awesome place is where the best of the best Fuse creations can be downloaded by anybody in the world to play and enjoy. And If you get really good, you might even see your creation being published on the Nintendo eShop and earning you money. It's fast, accessible, and gives you immediate feedback. Code wherever you like. No waiting for things to build or compile. Just press the run button and see your code come to life. Make changes and see the results straight away. Real coding has never been easier.
Can you tell I'm not logged into YouTube? Look at this crap. Jesus. Pico 8 before the Switch. I think that's accurate. Understanding main terms, yeah. Wouldn't something like Orchestrator and Godot? I just feel like there's too many things where maybe I'm underestimating her ability. Just be nice and don't teach her to use Lua. If the Godot editor had like an easy mode, or not an easy mode, but like a lightweight, I don't know. Lua is such a good teaching language. I don't know. I think the way that Lua handles everything as a table is a big thing to have to unlearn later. Right. But you're right. That's why I'm saying that this might be the way. That's why I think this fuse thing might be the way to do it. Because the scripting, the actual markup in the language itself seems real simple and straightforward for her to be able to grasp. Godot separates the game loop so much that I worry that even that concept is obfuscated in Godot. In high parts of the editor. Yeah, it's just turtle. And then Google has something, right? Where do I find turtle? I don't know. She's outright told me that what I'm doing looks too complicated. So that's why I'm hesitant to try and what was Google? Google has like a game engine thing, right? The thing is like I'm weighing, I know my daughter, and so there are certain things that I'm weighing as part of why I'm saying no to certain things that I won't just jump into and explain. Yeah. All right, I've got to rate out Calvin. I don't know where you got that. Okay. Let's go ahead and rate out. I appreciate all the suggestions. It's time. Didn't realize it was so late. A little bit unfocused today, but that's okay. It happens sometimes. Sometimes it end up. No follows today. I was hoping we could hear the new follow sound. How many did we got watching? 22 of you hanging out. I appreciate everybody chilling out. Thank you for M. I appreciate that. I know it's terrible, but you need like Roblox. I'm not going to introduce Roblox to her. Not at all. The longer I can keep her away from that, the better. I feel like WC3 editor, SC editor, stuff like that requires no code. Yeah, I've never heard of those, but I've seen Roblox kids. Right. Warcraft 3, gotcha. StarCraft. Yeah, game editors. Yeah. I'll keep thinking about it. And I guess we could hit up Fiera. Yeah, the only thing about Construct is the subscription costs. Yeah. All right, we're gonna raid Fiera. Fiera's working on a Godot game, doing some cool, kind of a double threat, triple threat. I don't know what you call it, but he's coding and doing the art and everything, and it's really coming along nicely. So I recommend checking them out if you haven't already. Yeah, I'll keep thinking about it though. I'll try and come up with something. Today is Monday. I was supposed to stream with her. I completely forgot. So I got to do a Papa and mini cricket stream sometime this week. I completely forgot about Mondays. If you keep it all on a single scene. Okay. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.